I have no idea what was going on with OBS, but yeah. It didn't like my 3D model today. So, we're sending with my new PNG. I think it's really cute. Hero, hi! Thank you for the lurk! Okay, so let me just pick a different song. Let's try... Let's see what's in the chill category. Okay, we're gonna do pop today. Okay, so today I'm gonna be writing the 500s at the 5th with Copper. So I'm gonna do my portion. I'll be sending it to her. This is gonna be with the writing sprints though. After that, then I will be switching over to the novel I started working on last week. Blanket, hi! Oh, thank you. I think the artist did a very good job. It just like took me a while to figure out how to get into OBS. We got some stuff for my father. You know, like cold cuts and stuff. Other stuff we needed. And we grabbed a couple pastries while we were at it. Yeah, the thing is that, like, the closest store to my house is like 15-20 minutes away. So, yeah. And then the first one we went to, their credit card and debit cards went down, so we couldn't even go to that store. They're like, who carries money nowadays? So we had to go to another location, which took about 10 minutes. Yeah, because I live on a private estate, so yeah, it's pretty far. Probably for where all the stores are, but still. And all the stores are all together in one place on, they're kind of like near a highway, I guess you could say, but it's the shopping area. Oh, good for you. I never carry cash on me. I keep everything in my debit card. Hi, Copper. How are you? Oh, that's good. That's good. Ah, makes sense. And that was the end of the 25 minutes. Thank you, cutie buns. Oh, before I forget. You know, cutie buns. I saw Dino Nuggets at the store. I was very tempted to buy it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, especially since my job, they stopped selling chicken nuggets. I'm so sad. Pretty good. I got 243 words. Okay, yeah, so this part of the fic is based on episode 38 of Digimon. So I am just gonna mute the music real quick just to see what was their dialogue. Just give me like 1 sec. Yeah, sorry, my dad came into the room. But hi Green, how are you? Yeah, so like just give me a sec. This fic is based on a particular episode of Digimon, so I don't want to catch it it being catch on stream. Oh, nice. What type of pizza? Oh, chicken pizza. I see. Yeah. I tend to like switch from one story to another, so like I don't get like burned out from that one particular story. Yeah, it's like one moment I'll be writing a Digimon story, next I'll be writing the Rise and the Guardian story. If that, I'll be writing an original story. So I go back and forth. But yeah, burned out's like, it's not fun. Alright, have a good lurk. Okay, so let me just put in the dialogues right here. Yeah, Ty and Sora from Digimon Adventures, yeah. Yeah, so pretty much what this fic is about, it's a pretty short one from what Copper was telling me. It's pretty much in that scene and where like he was asked when they're going to that Matt's concert in episode 38. We're just switching it around so that it's actually she gives him the present instead of giving it to Matt. So yeah. No, it's just gonna be this image on the screen, especially since I might be switching over to original novel pretty soon. after this. And I don't really want to show it on stream. But like, I have the counter on, so that kind of helps. I'm trying writing sprints. So, yeah. Okay, so that should be all the dialogue. So I think I'll put the music back on now. Okay, we turn that back on, and we can turn that back on. Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna resume the timer. Welcome back, Blanket. Okay, I finished the 500 words. So I am actually gonna just let it play out, but we're actually gonna make this a break, actually. Ooh, nice, nice. What do you guys get? Okay, and that's... Let me just paste that into the document, and okay, that should do it. Okay, so let me go into my OBS and we're actually gonna change the novel progress thing. Let's see, where's that other image I have? There we go. No, you stay there. Oopsie. Let me actually lock that. Let me lock that. We're gonna lock those. Okay, so the one thing that shouldn't be unlocked is the timer. So we're gonna shrink that a little. No. Let's shrink that a little more. Okay, now it's officially the break. So, a 10-minute break. My strawberry shortcake should be all good. Probably leftovers. My dad made mashed potato and chicken wings. And so, like, it is gonna be 8 o'clock, so I should probably grab some. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll be back. I have acquired the food. Thank you. Oh, she's making pork chops. Did she say what she's making it with? Oh, yeah, always. I love mashed potato. My brother didn't want it, so I'm practically eating it by myself. I had this from lunch earlier, too. So, yeah. Not the air fryer kind? I guess. My parents made it so much that I kind of got sick of it. So, like, he usually gets me something else whenever he makes pork chops for my brother and my mom. Oh yeah, beef stew. That's really good. Ah, gotcha. My dad, yeah, he usually always makes like rice, you know, like rice with poke beans or arroz con dule and stuff like that, or like with pork chops. So usually it's like it's always rice. Is that or he does pasta? Like you know, like spaghetti. Last time he did yeah, it was like spaghetti with meat sauce he did last time, and then that was for last. He makes it like for a couple days essentially. Yeah, yeah, it is. Oh, that's an easy one. Chocolate chip. And if it's not chocolate chip, it's an Oreo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially when they're homemade. And they're like hot and gooey. So are you saying you like all type of cookies? Well, that's good. I personally don't like all type of cookies. For example, the raisin one and the oatmeal one. I can't stand those. Oatmeal and raisin should not be put together in a cookie. I don't like the taste of it or the texture. So yeah. Oh, such as. Wow, Cuban, that does sound good and all. I can't see myself eating milk cookies. Chocolate chip, maybe. Sugar cookies, yes. The double chocolate one, oh, definitely. It has to be a regular chocolate chip cookie in order for me to eat it. I don't like oatmeal cookies or any of the variations of it. It just tastes weird. If you can somehow manage to hide the oatmeal taste, then I probably would eat it. But like that'd probably be hard to do since oatmeal has a very strong taste. I guess. Anyway, I finished my food. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick and I'll be right back. And then I'll have my pastry later. Okay. Let me just put these on. Would that really match the taste of the oatmeal though? I don't know. Why is it playing different songs and not the list I have up? Let me refresh the page. I want specifically pop songs, so... Oh, this is a nice song. Saving it. So now we're gonna do the 25 minutes. This one is gonna be the actual for the novel that I'm working on. So there is still quite a bit of fan fiction I still have to convert into original story to make it flow better. So this could take maybe a couple days. Obviously, I'm unable to do this during the week since, you know, work and stuff. And by the time I get home, it's already like 1 o'clock, so yeah. Okay. And that was the end of the 25 minutes. Let me just put some spaces in there so I don't accidentally mix them up. Thank you. Let's see. How many words did we do today? So we have 210. While I was working? Oh, so well, this is the continuation of chapter 1 of the novel I'm working on. Oh yeah, it's fun. Yeah, very true. Yes, on Wednesday. Oh yeah, most definitely. My parents are taking me up to Olive Garden that day. Though I've never streamed on my birthday before, so this will be kind of interesting. Yeah, that reminds me. I was working on some little panels, like for the overlay, but like I didn't have a chance to finish it today, so I'll be putting it on tomorrow. Mine always lands on a weekday, so I always take it off. I refuse to work on my birthday. I really refuse. Because, like, honestly, do you really think I want to be dealing with customers on my birthday who's, like, always yelling at us and always stirring some kind of shit in the pharmacy? I said, nah. I refuse to deal with that. me do this. Let me drink some water before we continue. Oh, that's completely up to you. I'm doing a pre-birthday stream on that Tuesday, which is the 24th. And then I'll be streaming again on my birthday. After, of course, I go out with my family, of course. Okay, so from both days, it's gonna be at 6. But I am gonna put that in my little announcement thing on the overlay once I finish it for tomorrow. And then I'm also gonna be putting the on Twitter as well, like after tomorrow, of course. So at least I can pin my actual schedule on my profile. No, I think it's because VC Face wasn't showing my things, because maybe it's because I didn't update it. I have a feeling that might be the problem is, and OBS is just not recognizing it. I know they keep telling me to update it. Special, really. It's just gonna take place of, you see the throne one right next to me? It's just gonna replace that with all my socials and little announcements. But it's physically gonna be on the screen, like, you know, changing every couple seconds. So I'm gonna restart the counter. So we're gonna do another 25 minutes and then another 5-minute break afterwards. We will be switching to maybe a story time. Let's see here. Maybe around 9:50, 10 o'clock. And then we'll probably read maybe for about an hour or so. We'll see. And that was the end of the 25 minutes. Let's see here. Okay, so as of today, I have done 572 words altogether. So roughly in that one sprint, 300 and something words, I think. If my math was right. Yeah, is this like, I don't even think this is like halfway of the chapter. Okay, yeah, so this is kind of like halfway of this particular scene I'm doing. And then maybe another paragraph or two, then I'll switch over to a different scene. But right now I'm thinking of just extending this one scene. blanket. Thank you for the care package. Alright, I have hydrated. And let me fix myself in my chair. So we're gonna do another 25 minutes. Let's see if it's... So that should get us to about 10 o'clock, I think. Yeah, so this may be the last one. And then we'll probably start reading a story. Okay, then that was the end of the 25 minutes. Okay, so let's see how many words we have in total. Okay, so today we have a total of 755 words. Thank you, Blanket, for the care package. Let me just grab my water. Okay, I have been hydrated. And let me just fix myself on my chair. Yeah, agree. Even though I'm bad at stay hydrated. Okay, so let me change my title. No, the titles actually could stay the same, that's all good. Let's change the category. Okay, so let me just pull up the story we're gonna be reading today. And maybe change the song too. Let me see. No. I think this is a good one. Okay, let's start from the beginning. There we go. Okay, if you want to put exclamation point story time, you'll actually get a link to the story we are reading today. So I am actually going to stop the timer. One sec. So we're going to end the timer. And then we're going to switch over to just chatting screen. I'm nice and big. Okay, so let me minimize all of these tabs. Okay, so today's story is The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. Okay, let me just move up a little bit. Okay. Actually, we're gonna mute this because I wanted my own music. One sec. So what I had here was the music tab. Okay. So we're actually gonna add the music tab. Actually, I think I could just download the song. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay, Chapter 1. The Time Traveler, or so it will be convenient to speak of him, was expounding a recondite matter to us. His gray eyes shone and twinkled, and his usually pale face was flushed and animated. The fire burned brightly in the soft radiance of the incandescent lights, and the lilies of silver caught the bubbles that flashed and passed in our glasses. Our chairs, being his parents, and embraced and caressed us rather than submitted to be sat upon. And there was that luxurious after-dinner atmosphere. One thought roams gracefully free of the channels of precision, and he put it to us in this way, marking the points with a lean forefinger, as we sat and lazily admired his earnestness over this new paradox, as we thought of it, and his fecundity. You must follow me carefully. I shall have to controvert one or two ideas that are almost universally accepted. The geometry, for instance, they taught you at school is founded on misconception. Is not that rather a large thing to expect us to begin upon? At Philly, an argumentative person with red hair. I do not mean to ask you to accept anything without reasonable ground for it. You will soon admit as much as I need from you. Lynx, hi! How are you? Welcome to story time. We are reading The Time Machine. I'm good. We just finished up some writing sprints and now we're just reading. I did have to start a little later than usual since OBS didn't want to capture my 3D model, so I'm using a PNG right now. I think it's kind of cute. Hello, Shiny! Welcome! How are you today? Alright. I do not mean to ask you to accept anything without reasonable grounds for it. You will soon admit as much as I need from you. You know, of course, that a mathematical line, a lie of thickness, nil, has no real existence. They taught you that. Neither has a mathematical plane. These things are mere abstractions. Oh, that's nice. I hope the project is going well. That is alright, said the psychologist. Nor having only length, breadth, and thickness, can a cube have a real existence? There I object, said Philby. Of course a solid body may exist. All real things, the most people think. But wait a moment. Can an instantaneous cube exist? Yeah, that sounds awesome. I do have links disabled right now, but you could either whisper it to me or you could send it to anyone who's either a mod or has a VIP jewel on their name.
Adventure awaits! Huzzah!
And thank you so much for becoming a cyber citizen. Welcome to the kingdom. We are currently in my lab. I'll check it out later. Okay, so most people think, but wait a minute. Can Instrumentius cube exist? Don't follow you, said Philby. Can a cube that does not last for any time at all have a real existence? Philby became pensive. Clearly, the time traveler proceeded. Any real body must have extensions in 4 directions. It must have length, breadth, thickness, and duration. But through a natural infirmity, of the flesh, which I will explain to you in a moment, we incline to overlook this fact. There are really 4 dimensions, 3 which we call the 3 planes of space, and a 4th, time. There is, however, a tendency to draw an unreal distinction between the former 3 dimensions and the latter, because it happens that our consciousness moves intermediately in one direction along the ladder from the beginning to the end of our lives. That, said a very young man, making spasmodic efforts to relight his cigar over the lamp. That, very clever and very clear indeed. Now, it is very remarkable that this is so extensively overlooked, continued the time traveler, with a slight accession of cheerfulness. Really, this is what is meant by the 4th dimension. Though some people who talk about the 4th dimension do not know they mean it. It is only another way of looking at time. There is no difference between time and any of the 3 dimensions of space, except that our consciousness moves along it. But some foolish people have got hold of the wrong side of that idea. You have all heard what they have to say about this 4th dimension. I have not, said the provincial mayor. It is simply this, that space, as our mathematician have it, is spoken of as having 3 dimensions, which one may call length, breadth, and thickness, and is always definable by reference to 3 planes, each at right angles to the others. But some philosophical people have been asking, why 3 dimensions particularly? Why not another direction at right angles to the other 3? And have even tried to construct a 4-dimensional geometry. Professor Simon Newcomb was expounding this to the New York Mathematical Society only a month or so ago. You know how on a flat surface, which has only 2 dimensions, we can represent a figure of 3-dimensional solid, and simultaneously they think that by models of 3 dimensions they can represent one of the 4 if they could master the perspective of the thing. See? I think so, murmured the provincial mayor, and knitting his brows, he lapsed into an introspective state, his lips moving as one who repeat mystic words. Yes, I think I see it now, he said after some time, brightening in a quite transitory manner. Well, I do not mind telling you, I have been at work upon the geometry of 4 dimensions for some time. Some of my results are curious. For instance, here is the portrait of a man of 8 years old, another at 15, another at 17, another at 23, and so on. All these are evidently sections, as it were, 3-dimensional representations of his 4-dimensional being, which is a fixed and unalterable thing. Scientific people, proceeded the time traveler, after the pause required for the proper simulation of this, know very well that time is only a kind of space. Here is a popular scientific diagram, a weather record. This line I traced with my finger shows the movement of the barometer. Yesterday it was so high. Yesterday night it fell. Then this morning it rose again, so gently upward to have so upward to here. Surely, the Mercury did not trace this line in any of the dimensions of space generally recognized. But certainly it traced such a line, and that line, therefore, we must conclude, was along the time dimension. But, said the medical man, staring hard at the coal in the fire, if time is really only a fourth dimension of space, why is it? And why has it always been regarded as something different? And why cannot we move in time as we move about in the other dimensions of space? Time Traveler smiled. Are you sure we can move freely in space? Right and left we can go, backwards and forward freely enough, and men always have done so. I admit we move freely in 2 dimensions, but how about up and down? Gravitation limits us there. Not exactly, said the medical man. There are balloons, but before the balloons, save for asthmatic jumping and inequalities of the surface, men had no freedom of vertical movement. Still, they could move a little up and down, said the medical man. Easier down than up. And you cannot move at all in space. You cannot get away from the present moment. My dear sir, that is just where you are wrong. That is just where the whole world has gone wrong. We are always getting away from the present moment. Our mental existence, which are immaterial and have no dimensions, are passing along the time dimension with a uniform velocity from the cradle to the grave. Just as we should travel down if we began our existence 50 miles above the Earth's surface. But the great difficulty is this, interrupted the psychologist. You can move about in all directions of space, but you cannot move about in time. That is the germ of my great discovery. Wait, that germ? Hold on, fine. Okay, yeah, that's a germ. Okay, it kind of looks like an M. Oh. Of my great discovery. But you are wrong to say that we cannot move about in time. For instance, if I am recalling an incident very vividly, I go back to the instant of its occurrence. I become absent-minded, as you say. I jump back for a moment. Of course, we have no means of staying back for any length of time, any more than a savage or an animal has of staying 6 feet above the ground. But a civilized man is better off than the savage in this respect. He can go up against gravitation in a balloon, and why should he not hope that ultimately he may be able to stop or accelerate his drift along the time dimension, or even turn about and travel the other way? Oh, this, began Philby, is all. Why not, said the time traveler. It's against reason, said Philby. What reason? Said the time traveler. You can show black is white by argument, said Philby, but you will never convince me. Possibly not, said the time traveler. But now you begin to see the object of my investigation into the geometry of 4 dimensions. Long ago, I had a vague inkling of a machine to travel through time, exclaimed the very young man, that shall travel indefinitely in any direction of space and time, as the driver determines. Philby contented himself with laughter. But I have experimental verifications, said the time traveler. It would be remarkably convenient for the historian, the psychologist suggested. One might travel back and verify the accepted amount of the accepted account of the Battle of Hastings, for instance. Don't you think you would attract attention, said the medical man. Our ancestors had no great tolerance for anachronisms. One might get one's Greek from the very lips of Homer and Plato. The very young man thought. In which case, they would certainly allow you for the little go. The German scholars have improved Greek so much, and there is the future, said the very young man. Just think, one might invest all one's money, leaving it to accumulate at interest, and hurry on ahead to discover a society, and said I, erected on the strictly Thomistic basics of all the wild, extravagant theories, became the psychologist. Yes, so it seems to me, and so I never talked of it until experimental verifications, cried I. You are going to verify that? That experiment, cried Philby, who was getting brain weary. Let's see you experiment anyhow, said the psychologist, though it's whole humbug, you know. The time traveler smiled around at us. Then, still smiling faintly, and with his hands deep in his trousers pockets, he walked slowly out of the room, and we heard his slippers scuffle down the long passage to his laboratory. The psychologist looked at us and wondered what he got. Some sleight of hand trick or another, said the medical man, and Philby tried to tell us about a conjurer he had seen at Burslem. But before he had finished his preface, the time traveler came back, and Philby's anecdote collapsed. The thing the time traveler held in his hand was a glittering metallic framework, scarcely larger than a small clock and very delicately made. There was ivory in it and some transparent crystalline substance. And now I must be explicit from this that follows, unless this explanation is to be accepted. It is an absolutely unaccountable thing. He took one of the small octagonal tables that were scattered about the room and set it in front of the fire. With two legs on the hearth rug on this table, he played the mechanism. Then he drew up a chair and sat down. The only other object on the table was a small shaded lamp, the bright light of which fell upon the model. There was also perhaps a dozen candles about, 2 in brass candlesticks upon the mantel, and several sconces, so that the room was brilliantly illuminated. I sat in a low armchair nearest the fire, and I drew this forward so as to be almost between the time traveler and the fireplace. Philby sat behind him, looking over his shoulder. The medical man and the Israel mayor watched him in profile from the right, the psychologist from the left. The very young man stood behind the psychologist. We were all on the alert. It appears incredible to me that any kind of trick, however subtle conceived, and however thoroughly done, could have been played upon us under these conditions. The time traveler looked at us and then at the mechanism. Well, said the psychiatrist. This little affair, said the time traveler, resting his elbows upon the table and pressing his hands together above the apparatus, it's only a model. It is my plan for a machine to travel through time. You will notice that it looks singularly askew and that there is an odd, twinkling appearance about this bar, as though it was in some way unreal. He pointed to the part with his finger. Also, there is one little white lever, and there is another. The mannequin got up out of his chair and peered into the thing. It's beautifully made, he said. And it took 2 years to make, retorted the time traveler. Then, when we had all that imitated the action of the medical man, he said, now, I want you to clearly to understand that this lever being pressed over sends the machine gliding into the future, and this other reverses the motion. The saddle represents the seat of a time traveler. Presumably, I am going to press the lever, and off the machine will go. I will vanish, pass into future time, and disappear. Have a good look at the thing. Look at the table too, and satisfy yourself there is no trickery. I don't want to waste this model, and there be told I'm a quack. There was a minute pause, however. The psychologist seemed about to speak to me, but changed his mind. Then the time traveler put forth his finger towards the lever. No, he said suddenly, lend me your hand. And turning to the psychiatrist, he took that individual hand in his own and told him to put out his forefinger, so that it was the psychiatrist himself who sent forth the model time machine on its interminable voyage. We all saw the lever turn. Absolutely certain there was no trickery. There was a breath of wind, and the lamp flame jumped. One of the candles on the mantle was blown out, and the little machine suddenly swung around, became indistinct, was seen as a ghost for a second, perhaps, as an eddy of faintly glittering brass and ivory, and it was gone, vanished. Save for the lamp, the table was bare. Everyone was silent for a moment. Then Philby said he was damned. The psychiatrist recovered from his stupor and suddenly looked under the table. At that, the time traveler laughed cheerfully. Well, he said, with a remnant of the psychologist. Then getting up, he went to the tobacco jar on the mantel, and with his back to us, began to find his pipe. We stared at each other. Look here, said the medical man. Are you in earnest about this? Do you seriously believe that that machine has traveled into time? Certainly, said the time traveler, stopping to light a spill at the fire. Then he turned, lightening his pipe, to look at the psychiatrist's face. The psychiatrist, to show that he was not unhinged, helped himself to a cigar and tried to light it uncut. What is more, I have a big machine nearly finished in there. He indicated the laboratory, and when that is put together, I mean to have a journey on my own account. You mean to say that machine has traveled into the future? Said Philby. Into the future or the past? I don't for certain know which. After an interval, the psychiatrist had an inspiration. It must have gone into the past if it has gone anywhere, he said. Why? Asked the time traveler. Because I presume that it has not moved in space, and if it traveled into the future, it would still be here all this time, since it must have traveled through this time. But, I said, if it traveled into the past, it would have been visible when we came first into this room, and last Thursday when we were here, and the Thursday before that, and so forth. Serious objections, remarked the invisible mayor, with an air of impartiality. turning towards the time traveler. Not a bit, said the time traveler, and to the psychiatrist. You think you can explain that? It's presentation below the threshold, you know. Diluted presentation. Of course, it's the psychiatrist, and reassured us. That's a simple point of psychology. I should have thought of it. It's plain enough, and perhaps the paradox delightfully. We cannot see it, nor can we appreciate this machine any more than we can speak of a wheel spinning or a bullet flying through the air. If it is traveling through time 50 times or 100 times faster than we are, if it gets through a minute within we get through a second, the impression it creates will of course be only 1/15th or 1/100th of what it would make if it were not traveling in time. That's plain enough. He passed his hand through the space in which the machine had been. You see, he said, laughing. We sat and stared at the vacant table for a minute or two. Then the time traveler asked us what we thought of it all. It sounds plausible enough tonight, said the medical man, but wait until tomorrow. Wait for the common sense of the morning. Would you like to see the time machine itself? Asked the time traveler, and therewith, taking a lamp in his hand, he led the way down the long, dreaded corridor to his laboratory. I remember vividly the flickering light, his queer broad head in silhouette, the dance of the shadows, how we all followed him, puzzled but incredulous, and how there in the laboratory we beheld a large edition of the little mechanism which we had seen vanish from before our eyes. Parts were of nickel, part of ivory, part had certainly been filed or smown out of rock crystal. The thing was generally complete, but the twisted crystalline bars lay unfinished upon the bench, beside some sheet of drawings, and I took one up for a better look at it. Sports, it seems to be. Look here, said the medical man. Are you perfectly serious, or is this a trick, like that ghost you showed us last Christmas? Upon that machine, said the time traveler, holding the lamp aloof. I intend to explore time. Is that plain? I will never more serious in my life. None of us quite know how to take it. I caught Philby's eyes over the shoulder of the medical man, and he winked at me solemnly. Alright, and that was the end of chapter 1. It's a very interesting chapter. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so we're probably going to read maybe one more chapter. Considering that one chapter took me about a half hour. And then we'll see who we'll read afterwards. But we'll see. Okay, chapter 2. I think that at that time, none of us quite believed in the time machine. The fact is, the time traveler was only of those men who are too clever to be believed. You never felt that you saw all around him. You always suspect. Some subtle reverse, some genuinely in ambush behind this lucid frankness. Had Philby shown the model and explained the matter in the time traveler's words, he should have shown him far less speculation, for we should have perceived his motives. A pork butcher couldn't understand Philby, but the time traveler had more than a touch of whim among his elements, and we distrusted him. Things that would have made the frame of a less clever man seem tricks in his hands. It is a mistake to do things too easily. One second. The serious person who took him seriously never felt quite sure of his deportment. They were somehow aware that trusting their repetitions for judgment with him was like furnishing a nursery with eggshell china. So I don't think any of us said very much about time traveling in the interval between that Thursday and the next. So it's odd potentially ran, no doubt, in most of our minds. It's plausibly that is, its practical incredibleness, the curious possibilities of anachronism and of utter confusion is suggested. For my own part, I was particularly preoccupied with the trick of the model that I remember discussing with the medical man whom I met on Friday at the Linarium. He said he had seen a similar thing at Tübingen and laid considerable stress on the blowing out of the candle, but how the trick was done he could not explain. The next Thursday, I went again to Ridgemount. I suppose I was one of the time traveler's most constant guests, and arriving late, found 4 or 5 men already assembled in his drawing room. The medical man was standing before the fire with a sheet of paper in one hand and his watch in the other. I looked around for the time traveler, and it's 7:30 now, said the medical man. I suppose we better have dinner. Where? Said I, naming our host. You've just come. It's rather odd. He's unavoidably detained. He asked me in this note to lead off with dinner at 7 if he's not back. Says he'll explain when he comes. And seems a pity to let the dinner spoil. And the editor of a well-known daily paper. And thereupon the doctor rang the bell. The psychologist was the only person besides the doctor and myself who had attended the previous dinner. The other men were blank, the editor aforementioned, a certain journalist, and another, a quite shy man with a beard. Oh, a quiet shy man with a beard. Yeah, my bad. Whom I don't know, and who, as far as my observations went, never opened his mouth all evening. There was some speculation at the dinner table about the time traveler's absence, and I suggested time traveling in a half-regular spirit. The editor wanted that explained to him. The psychiatrist volunteered a wooden account of the ingenious paradox and trick we had witnessed that day week. He was in the midst of his exploration when the door from the corridor opened, and slowly and without noise, I was facing the door and saw it open. Hello, I said at last, and the door opened wider, and the time traveler stood before us. I gave a cry of surprise. Good heavens, man, what's the matter? Cried the medical man. I saw him next. The whole table fell, turned towards the door. He was in an amazing plight. His coat was dusty and dirty, and smeared with green down the sleeves. His hair distorted, and, as it seems to me, grayer, either with dust and dirt or because the color had actually faded. His face was ghastly pale. His chin had a brown cut on it, a cut half healed, The expression was haggard and drawn, as by intense suffering. For a moment he hesitated in the doorway, as if he had been dazzled by the light. Then he came into the room. He walked with just such a limp as I have seen in footsore tramps. We stared at him in silence, expecting him to speak. He said not a word, but came painfully to the table and made a motion towards the wine. The editor filled a glass of champagne and pushed it towards him. He drained it, and it seemed to do him good, for he looked round the table, and the ghost of his old smile flickered across his face. "What on earth have you been up to, man?" said the doctor. Time Traveler did not seem to hear. "Don't let me disturb you," he said, with a certain faltering articulation. "I'm all right." He stopped, held out his glass for more, and took it off at a draught. "That's good," he said. His eyes grew brighter, and a faint color came into his cheeks. A glance flickered over our faces with a certain dull approval. And then he went round the warm and comfortable room. Then he spoke again, still, as it were, feeling his way among his words. "I'm going to wash and dress, then I'll come down and explain things. Save me some of that mutton. I'm starving for a bit of meat." He looked across at the editor, who was a rare visitor, and hoped he was all right. The editor became a question. "Tell you presently," said the Time Traveler. "I'm funny. We'll be all right in a minute." He put down his glass and walked towards the staircase door. Again, I remarked his lameness and the soft padding sound of his footfall. And standing up in my place, I saw his feet as he went out. He had nothing on them but a pair of tattered blood-stained socks. Then the door closed upon him. I had half mind to follow, till I remembered how he detested any fuss about him. For a minute, perhaps, my mind was gathering. Then, "Remarkable behavior of his eminent scientist," I heard the editor say, thinking, after his wont, in the headlines. And this brought my attention back to the bright dinner table. "What's the game?" said the journalist. "Has he been doing the amateur cigar? I don't follow." I met the eyes of the psychiatrist and read my own interpretation in his face. I thought of the Time Traveler limping painfully upstairs. I don't think anyone else had noticed this lameness. The first to recover completely from the surprise was the medical man who rang the bell. The Time Traveler hated to have servants waiting at dinner for a hot plate. At that, the editor turned to his knife and fork with a grunt, and the silent man followed suit. The dinner was resumed. Conversation was exclamatory for a little while, with gasps of wonderment. Then the editor got fervent in his curiosity. Does our friend act out his modest income with a crossing, or has he his Nebuchadnezzar's phases? He inquired. "I feel assured it's this business of the time machine," I said, and took up the psychologist's account of our previous meeting. The new guests were frankly incredulous. The editor raised objections. What is this time traveling? A man cannot cover himself with dust by rolling in a paradox, could he? And then, as the idea came home to him, he resorted to caricature. Hadn't they any clothes brushes in the future? The journalist, too, would not believe it at any price, enjoying the editor in the easy work of heaping ridicule on the whole thing. They were both the new kind of journalists, very joyous, irreverent young men. Our special correspondent in the duty after tomorrow's report, the journalist was saying, or rather shouting. The Time Traveler came back. He was dressed in ordinary evening clothes, and nothing save his haggard look remained of the change that had startled me. I say, said the editor hilariously, these chaps here say you have been traveling into the middle of next week. Tell us all about Little Roseberry, will you? What will you take for the lot? The time traveler came to the place reserved for him without a word. He smiled quietly in his old way. Where's my mutton? He said. What a treat it is to stick a fork into meat again. Story, cried the editor. Story be damned, said the time traveler. I want something to eat. I won't say a word until I get some protein into my arteries. Thanks. And the salt. One word, said I. Have you been time traveling? Yes, said the time traveler, with his mouth full, nodding his head. I'd give a shilling a line for a verbatim note, said the editor. The time traveler pushed his glasses towards the silent man and rang it with his fingernail. I wished the silent man, who had been staring at his face, started perversively and poured him wine. The rest of dinner was uncomfortable. For my own part, sudden questions kept on rising to my lips, and I dare say it was the same with the others. The owners tried to relieve the tension by telling anecdotes of Hetty Potter. The time traveler devoted his attention to his dinner and displayed the appetite of a tramp. The medical man smoked a cigarette and watched the time traveler through his eyelashes. The silent man seemed even more clumsy than usual, and drank champagne with regularity and determined out of sheer nervousness. At last, the time traveler pushed his plate away and looked round us. I suppose I must apologize, he said. I was simply starving. I've had a most amazing time. He reached out his hand for a cigar and cut the end. But come into the smoking room. It's too long a story to tell over greasy plates, and ringing the bell in passing, he led the way into the adjoining room. You have told blank and dash and chose about the machine, he said to me, leaning back in his easy chair and naming the three new guests. But the thing's a mere paradox, said the editor. I can't argue tonight. I don't mind telling you the story, but I can't argue. I will. He went on. Tell you the story of what has happened to me, if you like, but you must refrain from interruptions. Refrain from interruptions. I want to tell it badly. Most of it will sound like lying, so be it. It's true, every word of it, all the same. I was in my laboratory at 4 o'clock, and since then, I've lived 8 days. Such days as no human being ever lived before. I'm nearly worn out, but I hadn't slept till I've told this thing over to you. Then I shall go to bed. But no interruption, is it agreed? Agreed, said the editor, and the rest of us echoed, agreed. And with that, the time traveler began his story, and I have set it forth. He sat back in his chair at first and spoke like a weary man. Afterwards, he got more animated. And writing it down, I feel with only too much keenness the iniquity of pen and ink, and above all, my own inquisity to express in quality. You read, I will suppose, intensely enough, but you cannot see the speaker's white, sincere face in the bright circle of the little lamp, nor hear the intonation of his voice. You cannot know how his expression followed the turns of his story. Most of us hearers throwing shadows, for the candles in the smoking room had not been lighted, and only the faces of the journalists and the legs of the silent man from the knee downward were illuminated. At first we glanced now and again at each other. After a time, we ceased to do that, and looked only at the time traveler's face. And that's the end of chapter 2. Okay, so I think we will be continuing this next week. Aw, thank you. Okay, so let me see who's on so we can rate them, unless you guys have any suggestions. Let me get some water first, though. Blanket, I can't read myself. Okay, let's see here. Let me pull up Twitch. Let's see here. Oh, do you? Okay, so I'm gonna put the 2 raid commands in chat. I'm just waiting for the ad to finish. Ooh, I really like the idea of a bread emote. Okay, so let's see. J. Oh, thank you. JJ. And then he has a dash. BLUU. Okay, so we're gonna be raiding Jay. And he's playing Among Us, so let's go support him. Thank you everyone who came to the stream today and who also followed as well. I will be live again tomorrow. We'll be doing another reading stream. I'm sorry, not another, another writing stream. And then we're gonna play some kind of game. I haven't decided yet, but we'll play something. Okie dokie. Let's go raid him. Bye bye everyone.